The stage is set and the tension is palpable. 90 minutes of what should be highly entertaining and absorbing football to come. And it would take a very brave person in...
And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray and delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. And this is where it all starts in the UEFA Champions League. The group stage and match day one. My goodness, so much to look forward to. It is Bayern Munich against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, thanks, Derek. This is such an important game. Both sides will be desperate to start this group well. Let's hope we see some great football today.
In by Kimmich. Oh, disappointing clearance. And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Well, not the pass he had in mind. Kim Min-jae. Musiala. Palinha. On to Goretzka. Good weight on that pass. Well, the keeper had to intervene under a bit of pressure there. Dembele. And he could really get at the opposition. He'll have a go here. Oh, he really bruised the crossbar.
Well, PSG won't come any closer than that. It really did look like being the equaliser. They were so unlucky there.
Well, it should boost their confidence, but they can't afford to drop their guard at the other end. Goretzka. Here's Sané. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Fabian. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. And Kane comes into the move. Good looking attack this, but really sticking to their task defensively. That is how to apply the pressure. He'll have a go here. Well, it wasn't a high percentage chance to add to their advantage, but an opportunity nonetheless.
Well, that would have made it more comfortable, but it was a decent effort from there, I have to say.
Vitor Pereira. This could be troublesome. A matter of keeping his composure. It's gone in. A goal for PSG beyond the goalkeeper to square things up. Sané. And the ball with Alphonso Davies. Coman. It's neat passing, confidence on the ball. Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Goretzka. PSG doing well to regain possession. Fabian. And defensive play to be applauded. Joshua Kimmich released it nicely. Nuno Mendes. Long way out. Oh, it's in! And it goes down as an own goal by the keeper. Leon Goretzka. Upamecano. And the ball with Alphonso Davies. Goretzka. Jamal Musiala. Harry Kane. On to Goretzka. And Bayern Munich now in potentially a dangerous position. Palinha. Excellent defending. Bayern regaining possession here. And support available. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again.
Well, just listen to the crowd. They know this is a big chance to equalise.
Goretzka! And he's done well to tip it over the bar. And smuggled behind for another corner. I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending. Oh, good strike. And diving to thwart him. Minge. And Fabian. Nuno Minge. Warren Zaire-Emery. Bayern have lost possession here.
Well, the hosts have dominated the flow of the game in the last 15 minutes, and they've played some good football. It's just now about taking one of those chances to get back into the game.
Yes, it might be on for them once more. And so it is. So underway in the second half, it's PSG in front, but a long way from being done and dusted. Hakimi. Zaire-Emery. Fabian. And quick thinking defensively. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. Might be able to get in behind the defence. It needs an accurate cross. Oh, cleared away! Superb defending. Massive credit. And Ousmane Dembélé, very hard to contain in the first half. No surprise there. What did you make of what you saw from him? Well, I take my hat off to him because that was superb defending. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Out of play. PSG throw-in forthcoming. Dembélé. Ferreira. Fabian. Oh, skipping away. Good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Dembélé. Kolo Muani. That is a tackle and a half. Jamal Musiala. Well, the counter chance looks very real. And finally up a cul-de-sac. Palinha. And Kimmich. He's managed to lose his marker. Terrific block. So deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Hakimi. Kolo Muani. Good through ball. And a Bayern throw coming up. Leroy Sané. Sané. Miles from goal. Well, so close. And it goes down as a chance to draw level.
Yeah, really good chance to get back into this, I have to say. They just didn't take it.
Dembélé. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Just unable to get his cross beyond the first defender. Kimmich. 20 minutes to go in this one. Kolo Muani showing good defensive judgment. Joshua Kimmich.
Well, what a dramatic finish we could have here. These Bayern fans are certainly ramping up the atmosphere now.
Coman. And back with Kimmich. Goretzka has it now. Interception to snuff out the danger. Fabian. Dembele. On to Fabian. Real chance. Oh, marvellous save. Great goalkeeping. Sané. On attacking possibilities. And beyond the last defender, offside. They might not get too many more opportunities. Bayern have got to be positive. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. Well, that's one for them to pursue. And players waiting in the centre. Is this the moment? Well, the goalkeeper doing what he's paid to do. If they can score again from this corner, it probably would be the end of the story. With no degree of difficulty for the goalkeeper. Kane. Sané has it. Sané. Now Harry Kane. Back with Sané. No way through. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. Dembele. Fabian. Bayern have lost the ball. Zaire Emery. Oh, nice ball over the top. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. And having a go! The final whistle then, and sometimes... There is nothing quite like match day inside a football stadium, especially when there's so much on the line. The build-up has been intense. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and ready to provide expert analysis alongside me is Stuart Robson. And we've got so much to look forward to. This is where it all begins in Europe's Premier Club competition, the UEFA Champions League, the group stage, match day 1 action. It is Bayern Munich and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, thanks, Derek. This should be a tight group, so it's vital these teams get off to a good start here. This should be a very competitive game tonight.
Attacking possibilities for Real. The cross is on. And tidy defensive play. And here's how Bayern will line up. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich starts with Alphonso Davies in the fullback positions. Kingsley Coman starts with Leroy Sané in the wide positions. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Harry Kane. And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Carvajal starts with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Eduardo Camavinga starts alongside Federico Valverde in central midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Whatever way you look at that, it's been squandered. Eduardo Camavinga. Well, Bayern Munich have possession again. Valverde. Bayern have given us away. Vinicius Junior. Kane. Kane. Well read to put an end to that attack. So plenty of forward momentum from Real Madrid here. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Well, pressing really high. And Bellingham. Coman. And he stopped them in their tracks. Vinicius Junior. And Bellingham. Sloppy from Sané. Vinicius. He knew he had to make the tackle and did. Coman. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw-in. Kane. Goretzka. He has time to play it over. And the cross smuggled away. And continues his run. Well, that's wonderful attacking play. Coman. Now Kimmich. And that is how to block. Teammate available. Harry Kane. And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity. Carvajal. Vinicius. And defensive play to be applauded. Kane. And he successfully got past him. Big chance! Goalkeeper dealt with it. Eduardo Camavinga. Would have been a foul, but instead, advantage Bayern. Keeper did his job to begin with. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Bellingham. Camavinga. Well, a bit wasteful from the merengues. Davies. And a fine cross. Managed to get it out of there. Mendy is with Vinicius Junior. Making progress is Kylian Mbappe. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Well, the managers will now... Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Oh, super piece of play. Vinicius. Trying to find the right angle of attack. Over the touchline for what will be a Real Madrid throw. Mendy. And back to Valverde. Well, Bayern have it back now. Wonderful challenge. And a throw-in coming up. Well, what can they do to stop him running at them? Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Nice ball over the top. That's a good-looking shot. Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend.
Well, Real can count themselves a little bit unlucky not to be leading here. A matter of inches, but you sense a goal is coming.
And the referee has awarded the free kick. He tried to play advantage, but it wasn't forthcoming. Kim Min-jae. Onto Goretzka. And there the move ends for now. The free kick decision going the way of Bayern. Trying to open up the defence. And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. Carvajal. Now with Fernandes. Rodrigo. And Bellingham. And a passing sequence that's easy on the eye. Has a go! And the keeper more than equal to it. Played over. And another corner, hot on the heels of the last one. Oh, how about that for the last line of defence? Another corner. And a bit short with the clearance. Vinicius Junior. An alert piece of defending. Rodrigo. Lovely ball over the top. Jamal Musiala. Clean challenge. Vinicius Junior. Leon Goretzka. Davies. And a good-looking ball. Well, he must get rid of the ball. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Simple catch, really. Carvajal. 20 minutes to go in this one. Eduardo Camavinga. And Bayern doing well to win it back. Leroy Sané. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Well, there to intercept. Incisive pass. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. And played in by Kimmich. Not the most confident clearance. Sané. And good work from Real Madrid to win the ball back. Carvajal. On to Rodrigo. Valverde. Now with Rodrigo. Mbappe. Superbly read and executed. Musiala. Now counter-attacking possibilities. Well, so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. Real Madrid attacking, and they have to give it a go with time not on their side. Well, this late corner could represent their last chance to equalise. And a confident clearance. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Well, with the final whistle fast approaching, the big question is, can Bayern see this out? They're almost there, Stuart.
Well, it's been a tight game, but I think they've been the better team. They've just had that little bit more quality, certainly in attack. And, of course, they've been well organised at the back. They just need to see this through now.
And so into the final 5 minutes. Really inventive stuff from Real here. Oh, the threat is there. Could be threatening. Well, it's the late show, and they are level again. So underway again here on the back of that leveller. Coman. Well-timed tackle. A meaty but fair challenge, and it will be a throw-in. Well, a disappointing throw-in there. Well, taking into account all the stoppages, 2 minutes to be added on. Eduardo Camavinga. Well, a goal at this late stage might end up being a winner. That's the hope in the Bayern camp. Come on! And there's the whistle. They cannot be separated. All eyes on Leroy Sané.
Well, Derek, he doesn't need to be...
And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined for expert analysis by Stuart Robson. And this is where it all starts in the UEFA Champions League, the group stage and match day one. My goodness, so much to look forward to. It is Bayern Munich facing Manchester City.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
The switch of play now. Holland. Could cross it in here. Grealish. Moving the ball nicely, looking for that final pass. Walker. Chance to put them in front. And the keeper more than equal to it. And the danger is averted. Nice switch of play. Foden. Can they forge ahead? Alphonso Davies, now in a more than decent position. Blocking it. And that is defending of the highest order. Coman. A tidy defensive play. Phil Foden. Walker. Oh, surely. And there is the goal that gives them a well-merited lead. It had been coming. Leon Goretzka. Upamecano. Alphonso Davies. Onto Goretzka. Sané. Kane. Now he must favour the cross. And still pressing. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. The corner from Kimmich. Half-hearted clearance. How far from the ideal pass, you've got to say. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Manuel Akanji. Bernardo Silva. Fine sequence of passes. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. Alphonso Davies. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Coman. Has a go. And saved by the keeper. Touched onto the woodwork. Gvardiol. De Bruyne. Walker now. Well, great read there to intercept. Kim Min-jae. Good ball over the top. Oh, the threat is there. And defensive play to be applauded. And fine goalkeeping. Gvardiol. Kane. Harry Kane! I'll tell you, you what, it wasn't a million miles away from the equaliser.
Well, it was a decent chance, but they're still behind here. They needed to take that one.
And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Gvardiol. So as we approach the half-time whistle, Bayern with a bit of work to do, behind here, albeit narrowly. Stuart, what have you made of their first half display?
Well, it's been a fairly even first half so far, but they haven't shown enough creativity, particularly in midfield, where there's been too many negative passes. If they can get the ball into the front areas that little bit quicker, I think they'll get back into this.
They've given it away. Back then to the goalkeeper. Kimmich. This is Coman. Plays with a positional sense that is second to none. And so it is. So back in business here, City with the lead, but they won't be taking anything for granted. Still going here, Sané. But they took care of the situation defensively. A chance to whip it in. De Bruyne. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Coman. Well, I suppose you could say par for the course from Jack Grealish in the first half. Just what we expected, really, Stuart. And ready for it is Leroy Sané. Judged it to perfection. Incredible header. Manuel Akanji. Grealish. And the flag has gone up. Offside. Palhinha. And City have possession once more. A City free kick forthcoming. Haaland. How about the cross? Very quick thinking there. Well, good effective pressure. Sané. Well, there's a really stylish piece of running. Kane. Can he put them in front? A terrific defending to stop them progressing. 30 minutes to go then. Leroy Sané. And Palhinha with it. Kane. And an astute piece of defending. And Bernardo Silva has it. Well, he passed the power test. Shame about the accuracy. Upamecano. Onto Goretzka. Harry Kane. Coman. Oh, great vision. Sané in the middle. And putting pay to the danger. And space for him to cut in. Real defensive Brazilians. Oh, magnificent save.
Well, he's just pulled off a great save there. What reaction from the goalkeeper that was.
And quick thinking defensively. Set pieces can be so important. Let's see what City have been working on. Not quite the clearance they were hoping for. Might still be able to do a bit of damage. Foden. Rodri. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Kane. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Good distribution. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Grealish. Oh, that's fine defensive play.
Well, what a final few minutes we have here. And the fans are certainly playing their part. But can they take one of these chances that come their way and win this game?
Manchester City still on the attack as the minutes tick away. Can they come up with a winner? Must take the lead here. Dear oh dear, he squandered it.
Well, that should have been the winner with so little time left. He can't believe he didn't score there.
Kim Min-jae. Now with Kimmich. Palinha. Now Harry Kane. Promising move this from Bayern. But quick thinking defensively. And so into the final 5 minutes. Grealish. Opportunity here. And there's a quality defender in action. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Well, an example of a counter-attack that went nowhere. And City on the front foot near the end of this contest. Still level here. Jamal Musiala.
Well, these Bayern fans are driving their team forward here. Just listen to this noise. They can sense a winner coming.
Out of play for a Bayern throw-in. That's not a bad ball. And a routine catch for the Brazilian. And a Bayern corner in the closing stages. Can they capitalise on it? That is that after... the man of the moment.
Well, if they get any free kicks around the edge of the penalty area today, Derek, he is so dangerous. I know he's a good all-round player, but his ability at set plays could be the deciding factor today in what could...
Good evening, everyone. Plenty of reasons to expect a compelling contest tonight here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes. I'm Derek Ray, and delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. And what we have for you tonight is live Champions League group stage match day 1 action. It's Paris Saint-Germain up against Bayern Munich.
Well, the first game of the group is so vital. You just can't get off to a losing start. This could be a tight battle today, Derek.
And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And here's how Bayern will line up. Manuel Neuer between the posts. Joshua Kimmich starts with Alphonso Davies in the fullback positions. Kingsley Coman plays with Leroy Sané in the wide positions. And the main striker today is Harry Kane. Plenty of support here. Well, an attack that lacked that final punch. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, he's such a natural finisher. He has everything a good goal scorer needs. Composure, technique and awareness. He will certainly need to be tightly marked today.
Loves to cut in from the wide areas. Harry Kane stopped a certain goal. Joshua Kimmich with the corner. In a good position to clear it away. Palinha. Goretzka. That is not going to do. Well wide of the target. Dembele. Giving them a different option by moving in field. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Coman. He has teammates around him. Harry Kane! Still alive. And he gobbles up the second chance. Disappointment for the keeper. No wonder he's asking questions of his defence. Warren Zaïre-Emery. Dembele on the ball. Well, PSG have it back now. Can they take advantage? And defensive play to be applauded. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Beautifully weighted ball. Oh, surely. Well, hit on the volley. Terrific strike.
Well, it's a very difficult technique, but I actually think he should be scoring there.
Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Well, a good tackle. Warren Zaïre-Emery. Now, what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Well, it came to nothing in the end. They might be able to capitalise in the wide position, Bayern. Harry Kane waits. Well, he was being pressed, but did his job. Davies. Targets available, cross comes in. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. Good work from PSG to win it back. Dembele. Sloppy in possession from Bayern. Kolo Muani. Attacking possibilities for PSG. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Kimmich. Good-looking sequence. Well, failure to keep the ball by PSG. Oh, that's a really good run. A goal for Bayern to extend their advantage. Fabian. Now with Hakimi. Good tackle. Now, who can he play it to? Dembele. And so the half-time... Well, the ball is moving again, and no sugarcoating it. There was a big gulf between the sides in the first half. Will we see a response from PSG in the second? Leon Goretzka. Now with Kimmich. Coman. Well, he's won the ball. And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way into an offside position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
Kimmich. Just the challenge that was required. Can they hit on the break? Dembele. Showing patience as they look for a way back into this. Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Kimmich. Flag raised for offside. Leon Goretzka. Sané has it. They've chosen to go through Harry Kane. Options around him. Kimmich. But he took care of it defensively. The ball back with PSG now. Takes aim. He got a good palm on it. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Well, using the space really well, but now can they push on? Not troubling the keeper. Harry Kane. Bayern have lost the ball. Kimmich. And a good-looking ball. Well, in fact, a bit too close to the goalkeeper. And that was always going to be claimed. Hakimi. Zaire Emery. And Bayern able to win the ball back. Sané. He's in here. And nicely parried away. Warren Zaire-Emery. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Can they get one back? And there it is! Still life left in this game, and they have the momentum now. Well, the ball is moving again. The push is on from Paris Saint-Germain. Can they come up with an equaliser? Almost weighing up the opposition with a string of neat passes. Jamal Musiala. Oh, he's given us away. Now keeping it on the ground, slightly off target, however. Hakimi. Warren Zaire-Emery. Chance here. Oh, keeper dealt with it.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit. Can they find the equaliser here?
Well, it still could be dangerous. Marquinhos. Nicely timed tackle. Coman. And Palhinha with it. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Sané. Cross fired over. Just the clearance that was called for.
Well, these PSG fans are driving their team on to get this equaliser, but time is running out. Will they get another big chance?
Well, there's still scope for late drama here. 5 minutes left and just one goal between the sides. Shaping to shoot. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. And played in by Kimmich. Goretzka. Terrific block there. Great block again. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Dembele. Coman. Firing it towards goal. And still danger here. And the time for cool heads. Full time then, and Paris Saint. This is it. A can't-miss game and a backdrop to match what is a special occasion. The fans had this one circled on their calendars long ago, and now it's a match. It truly is a special place, a stadium every football fan should visit should he or she get the chance. The Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary position is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And what we have for you tonight is live Champions League group stage match day 1 action. It's Real Madrid up against Bayern Munich.
Well, thanks, Derek. This should be a tight group, so it's vital these teams get off to a good start here. This should be a very competitive game tonight.
And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Carvajal in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappe. Crossing opportunity. Well, here is the Bayern side. Manuel Neuer gets the nod in goal. Alphonso Davies plays with Joshua Kimmich as fullbacks. Kingsley Coman starts with Leroy Sané.
Oh, he could be in here, Derek.
An early goal. It is the ideal opening. Camavinga. Here's Carvajal. Rudiger. Valverde. Mendy has it. He could pick out a teammate. Rodrigo. Mbappe! Ball is loose. Well, I think you could call that an escape. It looked a certain goal. Clear to see who got the last touch, so a throw-in it'll be. Kane. And just missing the target. Still in front, though.
Well, it was certainly close, you have to say that, but not quite close enough.
And Carvajal untidy in possession there. Harry Kane. And Bayern Munich now in potentially a dangerous position. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Rodrigo. It's a splendid run by Mbappe. Vinicius Junior. A good and fair challenge. Clean challenge. And Harry Kane ready to pounce. And a goal here for Bayern. It's going to be so difficult to thwart them now. Vinicius Junior. A terrific defending to stop them progressing. Musiala. Harry Kane. Coman. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Corner for Bayern then. Trying to pick out a teammate. Struggling to get it away. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw-in. Bayern throw-in coming up. Sané. He's in control of the ball as he runs, Sané. Well, it came to nothing in the end. And playing it through. Is this the moment? And foiled by the post. Valverde. An alert piece of defending.
Well, so unlucky not to score there. So close to reducing the deficit.
And space for Bayern in the wide position. Well, the keeper in possession to prevent another goal from him.
Well, he's a massive threat. That really could have been his second goal there.
Not the best clearance. There to win it back. And a tidy ball. And passing it well. Got himself forward pretty well here, Harry Kane. Not out of the woods yet. Davies. Now with Kane. And Palhinha with it. Keeping it moving dynamically. Well, not away properly. Kane! And a goal! That's his grace! They just can't keep him quiet. And that is that. Half-time here. So into the second half, and you can't really put it any other way. A huge gulf in quality between the sides in the first 45. Will we see a response from Real? Giving it a try, and still danger here. Vinicius Junior, superbly read and executed. Kane. Coman. Great block. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. Well, it looked so promising, but it all comes to nothing. Kane. Goretzka. Oh, big chance. In it goes! He's made it a brace for himself. No stopping him, apparently. Camavinga. Bellingham. Trying to open them up. Determined defending. Kane. Beautiful pass. Really good challenge. Mendy. And winning it back. And Bayern, the recipients of the free kick here. 30 minutes to go then. Read it well. Harry Kane. Bayern have given it away. Kane. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Now, maybe room here for the counter-attack. Mendy. Now with Fernandes. Federico Valverde. And this time it's in! Fabulous goal! And just look at the celebrations. Musiala. Spraying passes around, almost waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. Palhinha. And Kimmich. And Palhinha with it. Went in strongly, decisively. Kane. On to Coman. And Coman has the chance. And a goal! He's put it away. A celebratory moment. Mendy. A long way from the perfect pass. Kim Min-jae. Goretzka has it now. Coman. That's a good-looking ball. The supporters want to see him have a go. Can't miss, surely. Well, a powerful effort, but he couldn't quite keep the shot down. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Is it going to be? Oh, fine stop. Can someone get on the end of this? Well, it was a crowded penalty area, but the keeper's done well to hold on to that. And a fine tackle. Mbappe. And he's in. And there it is, a goal. But will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best. Joshua Kimmich. Well, inching towards the end of the game, and this is a very disappointing outing from Real Madrid, Stuart.
Well, they just never got going. People will point fingers towards the centre-backs and keeper, and to be fair, they've been poor, no doubt about that. But they haven't had much protection. There's been so much space for their opponents to operate in, and they've had a field day. The final whistle can't come soon enough.
Did well to win the ball back. Now, options are plenty. Goretzka. And the challenge, crisp and clean. Mbappe. Well, the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Nicely timed tackle. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And they could face difficulties here. Defending really well. So full time it is, and a morale boost. Now it is for real. The tactics and squad strengths have been analysed by committed fans and neutral observers to the nth degree. A confrontation that all football lovers will revel in, knowing that we might... Well, it really should be a night of football to look forward to, here at the home of Manchester City. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, at the microphone. And sitting alongside me is the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player, Stuart Robson. And this is where it all starts in the UEFA Champions League, the group stage and match day one. My goodness, so much to look forward to. It is Manchester City up against Bayern Munich.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Opportunity! Oh, such an elegant finish! How about that on the volley? A brilliant strike, whatever way you look at it. Upamecano. And Palhinha with it. Coman. Palhinha. This is Coman. Moving forward effectively. Palhinha. And moving the ball nicely. Has eyes for goal. Determined defending. The corner from Kimmich. And clears the danger. Nicely saved. Corner again. They favoured a short one here. Goretzka. Brilliantly blocked. Alphonso Davies. And Palhinha with it. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Well, there to intercept. Leon Goretzka. Walker now. That's a good-looking ball. Holland. Return to Walker. Holland. Now Walker. Rodri. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Kane. And Grealish. Who can he pick out? Bernardo Silva. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And Bernardo Silva has it. Kimmich. Jamal Musiala. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Manuel Akanji. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Grealish. Oh, keeper dealt with it. Coman. Joshua Kimmich. Jamal Musiala. Sané has it. Promising move this from Bayern. And at the far post is Harry Kane. Well, nothing comes of it. De Bruyne. Chance to finish. And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day in superb scoring form. Kim Min-jae. And Palinha with it. Goretzka. Leroy Sané. And I must say, a promising avenue of attack favoured by Leroy Sané. Keeping the ball moving. Electing to shoot. And there it is! Still life left in this game. And they have the momentum now. Ruben Dias. Manuel Akanji. Gvardiol. On to Silva. Dias. Bernardo Silva. Here's Grealish. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Kane. He got in the way of that cross. Who can they pick out? Struggling to get it away. Chance maybe. So a corner kick. Let's see what Bayern can do with the set piece. And the problem not completely solved. Upamecano. And so the half-time. Well, advantage City after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Nice switch of play. Oh, genuine chance. Well, he has the scent of a hat-trick in his nostrils, but not quite.
And he deserved the hat-trick here. He's been excellent so far in this game.
Kimmich. Now with Upamecano. And so much to like about the first half performance put in by Kevin De Bruyne.
Well, he's been brilliant. He finished his goals really well. He's shown a great awareness of how to find space, and his movement has caused them all sorts of problems. Surely he'll get his hat-trick in the second half.
Well, a textbook interception. Harry Kane. Now Bayern with acres of space out wide. Takes aim. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Played over. Oh, good save. Excellent header. Manuel Akanji. Walker now. And that's great work to keep it in play. Clean challenge. Good idea. That is a tackle and a half. Throw into Manchester City. Kevin De Bruyne. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. De Bruyne with a chance. Just can't get it past him. Corner it is to City. Maybe an opportunity for them to extend their lead. And the danger is still there. Foden. Musiala. This is Coman. Harry Kane. Goretzka. Oh, it's a terrific challenge. Can he finish? Huge block. Kimmich. Pretty comfortable piece of defending. Deflected behind, corner forthcoming. And short it is. And ready for it is Leroy Sané. Oh, a goal! Level now! The lead has evaporated. Ruben Dias. Great vision to switch the play. Gvardiol. Well, not the pass he had in mind. Palinha. Harry Kane. Might really be able to trouble them here. Real chance. Oh, it's astonishing. One of the greatest comebacks you're ever likely to see. And now the question is, can they see this out? Silva. Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Really good ball there. And the flag has gone up here, offside the decision. Musiala. And it's Kim Min-jae. Jamal Musiala. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. And an astute piece of defending. Now counter-attacking possibilities. Need to get back quickly here. De Bruyne. Brilliantly blocked. Jamal Musiala. This is Coman. Passing it accurately. And hit with ferocity. Well, just off target, but it goes down as a chance to extend their lead.
Well, it was a decent effort, but in the end, not quite good enough, was it?
And we've entered the final 5 minutes. And City get the throw in. Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva. Will it be? Splendid defending. They are enjoying plenty of space here, Bayern. Can he finish them off? Well, he probably should have done, but couldn't take advantage of the chance.
Well, that's a wasteful finish. I just hope he won't be regretting that come the end of the game.
Effective challenge. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have 1 additional minute. Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? Haaland. Well, the attack carried promise, but petered out. Well, there goes the final whistle, and
This is when it really hits home. Kickoff time is almost upon us. A colossal game featuring two teams that truly deserve to be on the big stage.
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray. Alongside me is the former England striker Sue Smith. And with the atmosphere building up nicely, what a match this promises to be. What are we going to get from this one, Sue?
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them their final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
This is how the hosts line up.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays as it does give you those two holding players while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Atl&eacute. Brilliant. More of that, please. Having a try. It's no surprise who we've picked out to have a look at here. What should we expect today, Sue?
Well, he's a match winner. He's a genius on the football pitch. Whenever he gets on the ball, you think he's going to make something happen. I love the way he just skips past players with ease. I can't wait to see him play today.
Oyarzabal. Working hard to win it back there. Porter. Simon Banza. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? That's a good ball. And it's in! It's no longer goalless. There's the opener. Robin the normal. Gallan. Using the space on the opposite flank. Switched on and ready to intercept there. An attack of genuine promise developing. And that's where it ends. Simon Banza. Bruma. Could turn out to be a really good ball. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Able to get a body in the way. Zubimendi. Traore. Brais Mendes. Oyarzabal. It's played into the box. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Still behind, but this is looking promising. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Oyarzabal. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. And it's on now. In it goes. Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. João Moutinho. Not so much given away as cleverly won. This is a promising-looking attack. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Good vision. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. Mikel Oyarzabal. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Oyarzabal. This could be threatening. Allowing space, and he's finding it. And this could be. It's in. That gives them the lead. And well deserved, you have to say. Brais Mendes. Mikel Oyarzabal. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Porter. Play continues as the ref lets that go. This is great to see and now needs an end product. And we're off for the second half. Takefusa Kubo. Some good work to win it there. Promising looking ball. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. Lovely ball. Could be a chance. Taking this on. And that's 2 for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him. Paulo Oliveira. Moutinho. Bruma. Banza. They've given it away here. Looking to put the cross in. And they're still pressing. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Allowed to go a long way with this. Real opportunity. They've scored! And that gives them a priceless lead. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Brais Mendes. Kubo. Now Oyarzabal. Could be something happening for them now. And that hasn't got far. That's not a good pass. It's easily been cut out. Simon Banza. He's drifting into a useful position here. And there won't be any rebounds there. The pressing worked. Now to push further forward. Nicely played, saw the threat and stopped it. Mikel Oyarzabal. Can he finish? And we could watch that sort of skill all day. Simon Banza. Bruma. Finds himself with space now. And the ball is still alive. And the keeper able to hold on to it at the second attempt.
Well, you can sense the relief. It's a fantastic initial save, though.
And able to come away with the ball. Simon Banza. Zubimendi. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Having a try. It's in! 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer. And it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. Reis Mendes. Well read to gain possession. Oyarzabal. He'll have a go here. And it's hit the bar. And the defence tidies up nicely.
Well, that passage of play pretty much sums up their day. You just feel that had to go in. There's surely no way back for them now.
The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Porter. It's an inviting looking ball. And it's cleared away from goal. Mendes. What a chance! And maybe not the best idea to go for the blast. Accuracy sacrificed for power. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Oyarzabal. Baranechea. Has to be. It's in. Well, don't write them off yet. There's the goal that keeps hopes alive. Bruma. Moutinho. So that will do it. A disappointment.
Was a disappointing performance from them. They give the ball away too many times for me. Didn't play with the intensity we're used to seeing. They'll need to recover quickly from this, though.
Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say, with good reason. It is Braga, and they take on Fenerbahce.
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully we're not disappointed.
The lineup then for the hosts.
Well, I think they have a nice balance to their team. A solid back four, two holding midfielders, three creative players in advance of them, and a mobile centre-forward. It's a good team.
And here's the Fenerbahce lineup.
Well, although we have it down as a 4-5-1, it's actually more likely to be a 4-2-3-1. They play with two holding midfield players, a number 10 and two wingers. The system has a nice balance to it.
And nicely over the top. Szymański. Fred. Sebastian Szymański. He takes aim. There it is, and just the ideal start. Rodrigo Salazar. Moutinho. Christian Borja. Siku Niakate. Gomez. Ricardo Horta. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Moutinho. Simon Banza. And he's made headway. Oh, tremendous save.
Well, I have to say, that's a magnificent piece of goalkeeping. That's a great stop.
Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Good use of advantage there. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Dzeko. And unable to keep possession. Dzeko. Mert Hakan Yandash. Rodrigo Becao. Well, passing moves like this will keep confidence levels up. That was going in. Corner kick awarded. And let's see if this will help them add to their lead. Oh, last-ditch defending at its very finest. Banza. And they need to get tighter here. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Dzeko, feeding it through. Sound piece of goalkeeping. Ricardo Horta. It's with Moutinho. The fans want to see a shot. Chance for the leveller. It could be up for grabs. Bruma. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack.
Well, what a good piece of goalkeeping that was. But the equaliser can't be long in coming, surely.
Real determination in the challenge. A throw in here. Christian Borja. Bruma in possession. Will he play it in? Just wanted to get it out of there. Atl&eacute. Well, that is how to play advantage. Fred. Well, Fenerbahce sloppy in possession. Plenty of options. Salazar. And darting through. Can they slot it home? Well, nothing comes of it. And slipped through beautifully. And the keeper more than equal to the task. They won't complain about having won the corner, and maybe an opportunity to increase their advantage. Can he find the net? Just can't get it past him. Winning it back high up the pitch. Opportunity here. And there it is! A two-goal cushion now, and they just need to keep the concentration. Using space on the opposite flank now. Perfect tackle. And so it is, So back underway here into the second half. Fred. And a very good challenge. Moutinho. Horta with it. Bruma. Now, do they mean business on this occasion? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. And a chance for him on the flank. Dzeko. And caught by the keeper. Yandash. That's a good-looking ball. Can he put it away? Well, the keeper is out. It's still alive. And running through to the keeper. Oh, judgment error by the keeper. Oh, a goal! They've taken full advantage of a dreadful mistake by the goalkeeper. Tadic. And the ball's gone. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Fred. And he clears the danger. And unable to pick out a teammate. And that'll be a throw. Ferdi Kadioglu. They've regained possession. Bruma. Christian Borja. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Will he find the net? And what a magical save it was! Who can they pick out? Making sure nothing came of it. And the cross into the middle. Well, the danger is still there. And I think the threat has been averted. Fred. Sebastian Szymanski. And with that, the attack fizzles out. It's gone in! And well, he might celebrate on the back of that. Becao. And now Ziku. Rodrigo Becao. Sebastian Szymanski.
Well, the crowd are certainly not happy. Their team is being totally outplayed here. They're just being passed around far too easily.
Takes it on. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. And he's fired over the corner. Well, still an issue here. Bruma. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Borja. And thumped away. Irfan Can Kavechi. Went in strongly, decisively. Oh, this is looking promising. Cross towards that far post. In it goes! It looked as though they were down and out. Not a bit of it. What will happen next? Well, it's a great advantage to any side when you're as comfortable on the ball as they are. Rodrigo Becao. Mert Hakan Yandash. Strong but fair tackle. They get forward, but time is very much against them here. And they needed to make that moment count. They're still trailing.
Well, what a chance to draw level. Not sure they're going to get another one.
Well, approaching full time, and this is wearing the look of mission impossible for the home side, Stuart.
Well, they're still in with a chance here, but can they produce one more big moment before the end? Mind you, this has been a really good game.
Well, the keeper takes the fall, but the main thing is he held on to it. Rodrigo Salazar. Moutinho could be threatening and running in behind. No way through. A corner kick, and who knows, this might represent their last chance to grab an equaliser. Struggling to get it away. Well, they can keep possession of it now. And there goes the final whistle, much to the disappointment of their supporters.
Well, Derek, certainly not their best performance, was it? Just a little bit off the pace.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. And hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. Sue, what can we expect from the game then?
Thanks, Guy. I'm anticipating a good match today. It's important they get off to a good start, play their way into the game, be confident on the ball, and hopefully we won't be disappointed.
This is the home side's team today.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays, as it does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
Beaten his man here. Genuine chance. The first blow of the day struck early. 1-0. Bruma. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Simon Banza. Promising looking ball. It's a wonderful piece of anticipation to stop the danger. Nicely weighted crossfield ball. Moving forward under no real pressure. Could get it over now. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Polly. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. No time to dwell on the ball. Good effort to stop the ball going out. Players waiting in the centre. And they've got it back now. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. And he's being urged to shoot. Surely the equaliser. In it goes! Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. Timue Bakayoko. Polly. Promising looking attack this. Bakayoko. Can he finish? Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. For the lead here. They've scored. And that gives them a priceless lead. Moutinho. Paulo Oliveira. Porter. And the game will stop. Offside. Collie. And it's on now. Brilliant. Great save.
What a stop was it from the keeper. He doesn't have much time to react. That's a top save.
Oh, really nicely held. Made absolutely sure that the corner has come to nothing. Porter. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Schwab. They're moving it around nicely here, on top and in control. Could be a chance. It's a corner, and possibly the chance to go further in front. Only half the job done there. Has to be. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. It's played in now. And away it goes. Banza. Bruma. Good-looking ball played in. Well, if you're going to try that, you better score, really.
Yeah, if that flies in, it looks great, but it doesn't connect well with it at all, and the timing's not right. It's well off target.
This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Oh, worth a shot. No problem at all in keeping that one out. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Schwab. And on that whistle. And so the second half kicks off. A chance to cross here. Now, this might be promising. Genuine chance. Another goal! And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Oliveira. João Moutinho. Paulo Oliveira. Banza. João Moutinho. Bruma. Horta. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. Horta! Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Corner kick played in. Oh, it looked as though the header was goal-bound. That's a really good stop.
Well, it was a great save, that, wasn't it? The 2-goal lead is still intact because they've worked so hard to get that. They just can't become sloppy now.
Well, you can see his disappointment there. When he got his head to it, he has missed horribly. Poor effort. Still going here. A nice move ends thanks to nice defending. Well, they could still do something here. And nothing coming from their play in the end. There's a chance for them to go now. The ref allowing the game to flow. Moutinho. Well, it's a poor ball, giving possession back cheaply. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. This to get back into it. Oh, quality keeping.
Well, he certainly showed his class there with that save. You'd expect him to score.
It's in, and this game isn't lost or won just yet. Plenty of goals here today then, 3-2 now. Happy to just keep the ball in their own half. Živkovic. Schwab. Well read to gain possession. No time to dwell on the ball. A chance to deliver into the box. A nice cutback. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out.
Well, the fans are certainly doing their bit, really pushing the team on. Just need to be clinical now.
Good patient build-up. Well, nothing to get excited about at the end of it. Andrija Živković. Stefan Schwab. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Sociedad. Simon Banza. They're allowing space and he's finding it. This to level it. Orta. Decent chance. It didn't have to be much closer.
Yeah, that was really close. It's not a bad effort. If they get another one, I'm sure they'll finish it off.
Sociedad. Bakayoko. They're still ahead by one and moving the ball with purpose. What a chance! Still problems for them here. Well, that was looking good, but nothing to come from it. João Moutinho. And they've lost it now. Players waiting in the centre. Bakayoko. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Moving forward well. That's a nice cutback. He's lost it. Could be costly. Sociedad. Has to be. But that is brilliant work to stop them. Oh, can't miss. With the keeper nowhere to be seen, they've been punished. Shocking defending. Oliveira. And the final whistle wraps up a match that's gone the way of the...
Thought they deserved to win the game, didn't they? They played some really nice stuff. I thought they dominated the midfield area and the work rate was excellent. It's a great result, that.
The man to watch.
Well, Derek, he can go past people.
Well, hello from the northern part of Spain. To be exact, we find ourselves here at the Reale Arena in San Sebastian. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It's Real Sociedad facing Braga.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Real chance. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Not a good place to win it back, and let's see what it leads to. Subimendi. Chance here. Really good diving stop to make sure the threat came to nothing. Subeldia. Shaping to shoot. And what a magical save it was. Who's going to get on the end of it? Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, it's his ability with the ball at his feet that makes him such a good player. He can go past defenders with ease, he can play in tight areas, and he has that bit of trickery as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing him play today.
Gomez. What can they do from here? Could be! Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out the danger. Ricardo Horta. Real Sociedad unable to retain it. Oh, he looks threatening. Oh, excellent diving stop. And he takes it on. Really sound defending. Another block. And he read it superbly. Simon Banza. What to like about that pass? Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Traore. It's with Oyarzabal. Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that. Brilliant goal. Moutinho. Bruma in possession. Niakate. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Oyarzabal. He's given us away. Bryce Mendes. The fans are shouting shoot. So a goal kick is what's coming up here. Salazar. Moutinho. And losing possession. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. And Real Sociedad with the ball again. Can he put them ahead? And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Can't miss, surely. Always going to be the goalkeeper's ball. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. And this time it's in! Fabulous goal! And just look at the celebrations. Victor Gomez. Rodrigo Salazar. Bruma in possession. An effective challenge. Defended it well. Well, getting the timing completely wrong there, it must be said.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He mistimes it and it ends up being a poor finish.
Kubo. And a shot from some way out. Oh, that's textbook goalkeeping. Who can he pick out? He takes aim and keeping it out. And stopping the danger. Couldn't hang on to it. So almost at half-time, and they are making good use of home advantage. Still a bit of work to do, though. Stuart, your thoughts on what you've seen?
Well, it's been a good watch so far. Both sides have tried to play on the front foot, but they do look more threatening in the attacking areas. And in my view, they deserve to be in front.
Moutinho. Rodrigo Salazar. Simon Banza. He's got space. Long way out. Well, I must admit it didn't trouble the keeper to the extent that I thought it might. Bryce Mendes. This attack looks highly promising. Oyarzabal! And he read it really well. Fine save. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Well, that's one for them to pursue. A goal! Real excitement. A back-and-forth type of game. Now they're level. Lenormand. Zubeldia on the ball. Bryce Mendes. Oyarzabal. Read it well. What to like about that pass? Well, couldn't keep it. Able to skip past his man. Oh, good strike! Goalkeeper doing his job, getting the touch.
Well, this is a big moment, and don't these fans know it?
Well, showing good vision. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball. Well, you can't take your eyes off this one, because there you have it. Plenty of chances for both teams in what has been a really good game so far.
He'll take this on. Well, it turns out to be fairly routine for the keeper in the end. Banza. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Traore. And a fine tackle. I must say, this looks promising. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Well, we're into the final half hour. And play halted, free kick given. Well, any goalkeeper would be disappointed if he didn't save that. Barrenechea. Takefusa Kubo. Intercepting it intelligently. Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? And there's the feed into the box. Managed to get it out of there. A good effective pressure high up the pitch. Bruma. And a throw-in it's going to be. Ricardo Horta. Simon Banza. Not looking all that comfortable on the ball. Ricardo Horta. Moutinho. Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this. That's a good ball. And Real Sociedad did well to win the ball back. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. And he's hit it with authority! Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Perfect tackle. That's a nice-looking ball. Easy meat for the goalkeeper. And does well to keep it in play. Moving into the advanced position. But really sticking to their task defensively. Barrenechea. The move looks promising. A goal here surely would finish it. And a goal to seal the hat-trick! A masterclass in finishing. Just can't stop him today. Well, from one flank to the other, but overhit. Ricardo Horta. Oh, great vision. And a confident clearance. Well, this game will shortly be history, and the home side appear to be on the wrong end of the scoreline. Stuart, give us your take.
Well, they're still in with a chance here, but can they produce one more big moment before the end? Mind you, this has been a really good game.
Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? And it might be, and did just enough defensively. Well read to put an end to that attack. Has eyes for goal. Still possibilities. Well, they can keep possession now. And he's through here. Oh, a goal! That levels it in the closing phase of this game. And the electronic board showing one additional minute. Borja. Horta with it. And there's the whistle. The day is here. The match everyone has been talking about, and with good reason. Two teams of strong pedigree, rich and... Istanbul, a city of contrasts. Welcome to the Kadıköy district on the Asian side of the Bosphorus, the home of Fenerbahce. I'm Derek Ray, getting ready to bring you all the action, accompanied by my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. And with the atmosphere really building up nicely, we should be in for a terrific contest. It's Fenerbahce facing Braga.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, pinning the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
And introducing the visitors lineup today.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre forward and two wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
Fred. And they need to get tighter here. Gives it a go. Well, the keeper has outdone himself. Wonderful save. Over it comes. And efficient defending. Chance here. It could be up for grabs. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Victor Gomez. Well, let's see if something comes of this. And he could cash in. Oh, magnificent reaction. Bright Osai Samuel. Becao. Irfan Kabechi. Trying to open them up. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Bruma. Christian Borja. Borja. Superb block on the back of the ball from the flank. And it took a touch off the defender, so it will be a corner. Oh my goodness, you've really got to praise the defending. That was top-notch. Dzeko. Borja. The delivery. It comes to nothing in the end. And Fenerbahce couldn't keep it. On the offensive. Moutinho. Fred. Now Dzeko. Well, they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Ricardo Horta. And threading it through. Well, it looked like a good ball, but cut out in the end. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Ricardo Horta. Tadic. Well, far from the ideal pass, you've got to say. And continues his run. But the danger averted for now. Irfan Kabechi. Well, is it going to end up being productive for them? Fred? Can he put them in front? What an important piece of defending. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Dzeko. That is how to keep it out of the net. Trying to open up the defence. Bruma. That's a good... And it might be. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. Yevchan Kavici. And very deftly cut out. Wonderfully weighted pass. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Sebastian Szymanski. And the ball's gone. It's a weighted pass. In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. Rodrigo Becao. Yandash. Szymanski. Can they trouble the opposition this time? Mert Hakan Yandash. And back with Fred. Firing it towards goal. And striking the bar.
Well, he went for height, but he's just got that slightly wrong. A bit unlucky, really.
And there it is. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And a lot to like about this attack. Gives it a go. Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far. Beautifully weighted ball. And he's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Playing it in. Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. GQ. Paulo Oliveira. Horta with it. Bruma. Options in the centre. He'll try his luck here. Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. Bright Osai Samuel. Bruma. Decent looking pass. Oh, could be. In it goes! He's made it a brace for himself. No stopping him, apparently. Yandash. Szymanski. Just the challenge that was required. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. How can he take them on and beat them? And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Can someone get on the end of this? Not the best clearance. Well, no way through in the end. Now counter-attacking possibilities. All in all, a broken counter-attack. Bad challenge, and now it's up to the referee in terms of what to do next. Gomez. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Salazar. Can he find the right pass? It's still alive. Oh, that's an expert piece of defending, just as it was looking threatening.
Well, those stats tell you everything. They're opening up the opposition at will, and while we've seen some really poor defending, their attacking play has been excellent.
Oh, Stewart's a chance! And a goal! He's put it away! A celebratory moment! Borja. Gomez. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? Oh, to trim back the lead. And a vigorous effort off the crossbar.
Well, as you said, it's a lovely strike, but a fraction too high in the end.
Moutinho. Bruma in possession. Victor Gomez. Intercepted effortlessly. Dzeko. Sebastian Szymanski. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Very quick thinking there. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. Well, it petered out. Tadic. And it's still on. He's in with a chance. And there it is. That will put the seal on victory if there were any lingering doubts. Fred. And now GQ. Dzeko. Tadic has it. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. And Fenerbahce come away with it. And just 5 minutes remaining. Well, nicely cut out. Sebastian Szymanski. Can he finish? Crucial piece of defending. Played over. And the danger is averted. And there it is, a goal. But will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best. So 1 minute of stoppage time, that's what the officials have said. And that is the end of the game. It goes into the history.
I thought it was a subpar performance from them. Just didn't look as sharp as normal. I don't think they deserved anything from the game. They need to get a better performance in next time out.
city alive with the spirit of excitement and a stadium brimming with anticipation. The build-up has been intense, and now we just can't wait for it all to begin.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. My name's Guy Mowbray. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Yeah, cheers, Guy. It's great to be here. I think it's important that both teams are focused from the off, though, and they start quickly. But I'd love to see some goals. Hopefully I've not just cursed it.
This is the home side's team today.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. The front three are going to need to link up well and make sure the central striker isn't too isolated. If it's on one side, can the other winger come in and be that second centre forward?
This is how the visitors start the game.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward. But they also have that option to have the two deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
And that's not properly away yet. For the lead now. The chance yet to appear. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. And we're back underway at 1-0. Moutinho. Porter. This is a lovely spell on the ball. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. There's good width to this attack now. I don't know how he didn't score. Great defending. Some good work to win it there. Pushing forward with options available now. A chance to deliver into the box. Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser. Oh, great work. What's next? Oh, a great chance. And a marvellous save.
Well, he just shows great reflexes and agility to keep that out. It's a top-class save.
Paulo Oliveira. Has the space to whip it in here. Vital tackle, but still danger. Moutinho. Nice possession. Orta. Surely the equaliser. And he's lost it at the moment when the chance was on. Oh, and he's won the ball. What happens now? A terrific tackle. The chance has gone. Schwab. Andrija Živković. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Oh, that was risky, but they've got away with it. Well, not long to go until the break now, and the hosts are edging this first half.
Well, they have controlled patches of that first half. They've created some good opportunities, but only being up by one, it's so close, and it's tough to call a winner here.
Andrija Živković. What a chance! They have to clear this. He's beaten his marker here. Oh, that's not properly away. And it hasn't come to anything. Disappointing. They're getting into a good position. He's hit that well. And that one's gone out. Throw in to come. Simon Banza. And on that whistle. And we're back underway for the second 45. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Schwab. And it's on now. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, he's played well, and the goal will be the standout moment, but I've been so impressed with his work rate too. I'm sure he'll want to keep that intensity up in the second half.
Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Schwab. Played through nicely. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. This is another good-looking attack. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Bit sloppy in possession. And cleared well away from goal. A chance now for a quick transition. They need to get back here. Well, that's how to clear it. Schwab. And they've got it back now. Oliveira. Moutinho. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Johnny. Schwab. Tarek Tissoudali. Good work to regain possession. real opportunity. Well, he's got two now, and he's playing a starring role here. João Moutinho. Johnny. Živkovic. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. That will keep the attack moving nicely. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. It's played in now. There still could be something happening here. Well, that was looking good, but nothing to come from it. And he's being urged to shoot. Now to deliver a good ball in. Bakayoko. He read that well, stopping any danger. There's a chance for them to go now. Stefan Schwab. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Looks a good ball. Porter! Well, the fans are happy, and they should be as we approach full-time. A really impressive performance here.
Yeah, they've been the better side and thoroughly deserve to win. The way they keep the ball is great to watch, and some of the chances they create...
Hold on, chance! And the keeper more than equal to it. And the ball comes in. Only half the job done there. And the goalkeeper does what he's there to do. Need to get tighter here. Banza. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Could get it over now. Well, it looked promising, but the keeper has taken, and that is the final.
Really struggled to get to grips with the game, if I'm honest. Starts in midfield for me. Always seemed to be second to the ball, and then just a few too many mistakes at the back too. It's a poor performance, that.
this is it. A can't-miss game and a backdrop to match what is a special occasion. The fans had this one circled on their calendars long ago. Well, this is a region that really loves its football, the industrial west of Germany. We're at the home of Borussia Dortmund. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And this is where it all starts in the UEFA Champions League, the group stage and match day one. My goodness, so much to look forward to. It is Borussia Dortmund, and they take on Lille. Just failing to hit the target. Good effort, though. Here's the starting 11 for Borussia Dortmund. Emre Can starts alongside Marcel Sabitzer in central midfield, and they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, we believe they're going to play with the same system here, but it's all about the midfield battle. Whoever wins that should control the tactics.
Well, no way through. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, Derek, when he's on form, when he's focused, he's a brilliant runner with the ball. He can take on players, he can go past people with ease, and he's got a great shot on him as well. I'm really looking forward to watching him play today.
David. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, plenty of space for this Dortmund attack. Crossing into the middle. Oh, that's not a good clearance. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Grant, chance to take the lead, and rattling the post. Well, threat over for now.
Well, I have to say, Dortmund are so unlucky not to be leading now. They look a real threat at the moment.
Yes, a really open flow to the game, end-to-end stuff. Lille sloppy in possession here. Zegrova. Determined defending. Well, he's certainly not alone. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Brandt. A goal! He's dispatched it! Much to the sheer delight of the fans. Edon Zegrova. And Dortmund have the ball again. What to like about that pass? Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. And he's fired over the corner. Read it well, cleared it well. Making sure it didn't get past him. Emre Can. And played in. Simple save, really. David. Good tackle taken away. Really good build-up, but no end product. Now, who can he play it to? Oh, it might be. He got a good palm on it.
Well, that save could be the turning point here, because they've been second best all over the pitch up to now.
Still possibilities. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Zegrova. Mats Hummels with that important block. High pressing and good high pressing. Angel Gomez. And Lille with the ball again. Gomez. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Marcel Sabitzer. Electing to cross into the centre. And stopping the danger. Really clever pressing. Decent position for Dortmund to be in. Nicely timed tackle. Gomez. It's with Nabil Bentaleb. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. That's going to be all. The second half restart here at the home of Borussia Dortmund. Passing it around as the search goes on for an equaliser. Can he finish this? And a goal! Real excitement here, the equaliser. Hummels. Clear foul play, and as a result, a free kick forthcoming. Riosson. Brandt with it. Hummels. Ian Maatsen. Well, they're eyeing that final pass, you just feel. Marcel Sabitzer. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Well, that'll be a free kick. A very timely interception. Dortmund have been awarded the free kick by the referee. A move of promise on the flank. But they took care of the situation defensively. Brandt! Oh, that is a majestic goal! Volleyed home with precision and style. Superbly done. André. Atl&eacute. Space for them here on the flank. And striking it on the volley, just no luck.
Well, good technique, but just wide of the target.
Hummels. Marcel Sabitzer. Malen with it. Oh, that's an interesting pass. And a goal here for Borussia Dortmund. Can they be stopped? Bentaleb. And that was a very fine read. And green space aplenty for Dortmund to run into. And let's give credit to the defending. And that is offside. Riosson. And space to cross it. And thumped away. Counter-attacking chance. Pressing like that will help the cause. Atl&eacute. Oh, good vision. couldn't quite finish.
Well, if they can just get one, it will certainly make it interesting.
"20 minutes to go in this one. Daniel Malen. What can he do with it now? And played in. Well, no danger now. Might work out. And the alarm bells are ringing. Well, not to be, and they need to get going in an attacking sense here.
Well, in their position, this sort of chance needs to be taken.
Schlotterbeck. And Lille have it back now. Well, he successfully got past him. Oh, that's textbook goalkeeping. High pressing and good high pressing. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Delivering it. Well, what a stop it was.
Well, I have to say, that's a magnificent save. That's a top-class piece of goalkeeping.
He'll try his luck here. Oh, he's hardly gone and found the net. What purity of hit. Caught it absolutely perfectly. Well, you might say it's the ideal way to see out a game when you can pass like this. They are making headway, but really they need a goal with time not on their side. Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one.
Well, these Dortmund fans are making so much noise here. The atmosphere is incredible. Surely this must be inspiring those players to hang on.
Promising sequence. And he takes on the shot. Well, you have to put that one down as a chance to draw level.
Well, it certainly wasn't an easy chance, but one they needed to take.
Marcel Sabitzer. Emre Can. Daniel Malen. Good looking cross. Couldn't grab hold of it. And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Not the pass he had in mind. Real determination in the challenge. A throw in here. Nico Schlotterbeck. The ball with Sabitzer. Well-timed tackle. And we are going to have 2 additional minutes. There's still time for them to level it. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Shot attempted, just couldn't get it through. Well, a corner it is, and they know they've got to be opportunistic at this stage of the game. And played the pass well. Another block. And a fine cross. Not quite the clearance they were hoping for. Couldn't quite hang on. And there goes the final.
A city alive with the spirit of excitement and a stadium brimming with anticipation. The build-up has been intense, and now...
Good evening, everyone. We're at the home of the Schwarz-Gelben, as they're known here in Germany, Borussia Dortmund, and what a venue this is. My name is Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have for you tonight is live Champions League group stage match day 1 action. It is Borussia Dortmund against Atletico Madrid.
Well, the first game of the group is so vital. You just can't get off to a losing start. This could be a tight battle today, Derek.
Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. Corner kick from Koke. Good clearance. Griezmann. And perhaps Griezmann. Goalkeeping of the highest order.
Well, he's got to be pleased with that save. It's absolutely magnificent.
Griezmann. Superb block. Brandt. Nice weight on the pass. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. It's a good-looking Atletico move in the making. Koke. Alvarez. A very timely interception. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Happy to take on the shot. Oh, did so well to deny him. Hermoso. Gallagher. Committed challenge. Really good build-up, but no end product. De Paul. Well, it's a textbook example of dynamic passing. Can he give them the advantage? Crucial intervention just then amid impending danger. And Koke with the delivery. And clearing it away. Koke. And he read it well defensively. Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Alvarez. Well, Dortmund have it back now. Really good wide play. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Brandt. Oh, that's splendid play. Well, good run and good ball control. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up. Oh, yes! 1-0 it is! And it doesn't come as a huge surprise. Emre Can. Karim Adeyemi. Brandt with it. Zabitzer. Fluency of movement. In position. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Samuel Lino. Fruitful looking attack. And defensive play to be applauded. Daniel Malen. And the last touch off the defender, so a corner coming up. And I'm sure he would love to have that opportunity back. Emre Can. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. Might work out. Well, he's just spooned it over the top. Ian Maatsen. Well, they continue their push for the equaliser, but definitely not forcing it. Emre Can, able to get his body in the way. Well, the post getting in the way there.
Well, Dortmund won't come any closer than that. It really did look like being the equaliser.
Hang on a minute, Stuart. Opportunity unfolding. Big chance. Well, that was an opportunity to make the scoreboard look even better from their point of view.
Oh, big chance missed that. This game is still very much in the balance.
Pressure applied. Dortmund sloppy in possession here. Well, possibilities in the centre. Well, Dortmund being afforded too much room. Now will the cross work out for them? Grant. Might be dangerous. That's well blocked. And that is going to close the book up. Into the second half then, with Borussia Dortmund trailing. Can they summon the right response? Hermoso. Savic now. Molina. Savic. Rodrigo de Paul. Now Griezmann. Well, let's see if something comes of this. And a goal it is! Such a big moment for Atletico Madrid, who are well on course for success. Daniel Malen. And given away by Dortmund. And in with a real chance. A mischievous effort. Well, it certainly was a bold attempt. Good to see him try his luck with the chip.
Well, it's a great attempt. Opts to lift it over the keeper. Just gets a little bit too much on it.
And Dortmund recovering possession well. A lot of momentum to this Atletico attack. And perhaps Griezmann. Oh, tremendous save.
Well, I have to say, that's a magnificent piece of goalkeeping. That's a great stop.
Well, Atletico are looking really good today. Just look how many chances they've created. And I just sense there's still more to come here.
Dortmund have been awarded the free kick by the referee. Oh, great challenge, but not out of the woods. Atletico have an awful lot of space here. Oh, this looks useful. Can he finish this? In it goes! At the second time of asking, and the keeper feels hung out to dry. Marcel Sabitzer. And a useful cross. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Griezmann. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. And he's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Played over. Just too much height on that one. Close shave, though. Well, it wasn't first-class distribution. Well, he's certainly not alone. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Firing it towards goal. And what a magical save it was! Koke tasked with taking it. Was it a great clearance? Well, they can't quite take advantage in the end. And the Schwarz-Gelben struggling to hang on to the ball. Girassi. And Dortmund exploiting the space on the flank. Brandt. Now with Jan. Great defending. Electing to cross into the centre. And no-nonsense defensive clearance. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Brandt. Teammates available. Well, a successful intervention, winning the ball back. How can he take them on and beat them? Must score! And there it is, a goal. But will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best. Well, it's a great advantage to any side when you're as comfortable on the ball as they are. 10 minutes to go. De Paul. Well, for Dortmund, there is quite a lot of running room. Just had to look a bit lively given the pressure. Nahuel Molina. Rodrigo De Paul. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. He has teammates around him. It's looking promising. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Can he deliver it with accuracy? And still dangerous. Ball lost by Atletico. Going well, but really sticking to their task defensively. And the electronic board delivers the news. 2 minutes of stoppage time. Gives it a go. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Trying to pick out a teammate. So full time it is. cameras are fixed to one man.
Well, for me, Derek, his greatest attribute is his ability to combine with teammates, particularly in tight areas, in and around the box. Clever little 1-2, little...
And welcome to one of the most football-crazy cities anywhere in Europe. We're in Dortmund, famed, of course, for the famous Yellow Wall. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And this is where it all starts in the UEFA Champions League, the group stage and match day 1. My goodness, so much to look forward to. It is Borussia Dortmund up against Aston Villa.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Brandt. And introducing the Borussia Dortmund side, Emre Can starts alongside Marcel Sabitzer in the centre of midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Marcel Sabitzer. And he stopped them in their tracks. And here's the starting 11 for Aston Villa. Luca Digne plays with Matty Cash in the fullback positions. John McGinn plays with Leon Bailey in the wide areas. And it's two strikers up front who'll look to provide the goal-scoring threat. A lot of space afforded Borussia Dortmund. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer, and you have to say it was on the cards. Amadou Onana. Here's Tielemans. And they know they need to stop him. Super challenge, still dangerous. Genuine chance. And a goal! An end-to-end game, and they weren't behind for long. Hummels. Brandt with it. Ian Madsen. An encouraging move from Dortmund. Julian Rierson. Emre Can. Emre Can has given it away. Promising sequence, but timely defending when it mattered. Brandt. Brandt! Oh, that's a fine save. Playing it in. Well, the goalkeeper doing what he's paid to do. Growing pressure here, and another corner. Well, they're going for the short one. Sabitzer. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Tielemans. Effective press. Good use of advantage for Dortmund. Can he find the right pass? Looking for the angle. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Leon Bailey. Bailey. Oh, what an opportunity. And the penalty is given. The referee right on the spot. And now a chance for them to take the lead here. And that is when you need your goalkeeper. Brandt. Karim Adeyemi. Girassi. Well, good run and good ball control. Zabitzer. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Watkins. Daniel Malen. He continues his run. Can they forge ahead? No! Chance missed.
And a big chance at that, Derek. He should have put them in the driving seat there.
Tielemans. Torres on the ball. John McGinn. Pau Torres. And Cash with it. And sloppy in possession from Villa. Could be. Can they spot it home? Yet another tremendous save to add to the list. And that is going to be all for the first time. So back underway here into the second half. Malen. Still passing it around with authority. Well, the threat was very real. Marvellous defending. And a good take under duress there. Ollie Watkins. That's a good-looking ball. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
Good through ball. And the flag raised. Offside it is. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Lucadine. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Madsen. And Borussia Dortmund could be onto something. But timely defending when it mattered. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Ollie Watkins. Matty Cash. Just the challenge that was required. "30 minutes left for play. Zabitzer. And continues his run. And a corner to Borussia Dortmund. Chance perhaps for them to take the lead if they get it right. Taken short. And there's the feed into the box. And cleared away. Now counter-attacking possibilities. A goal! That's two for him today. They simply can't stop him. No wonder he's celebrating. Adeyemi. Ian Madsen. Brandt. And the ball is with Girassi. Firing it towards goal. And the ball is loose. And in the end, no damage done. John McGinn. And an astute piece of defending. A really good pass. They could level it. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save.
Well, these fans have had to be patient. Could this be the equaliser?
And a struggle to get it away properly. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Julian Riosson. Marlon. Preferring to go infield. Emre Can. Top-class defending. Well, we're inside the final 15 minutes.
Well, if Dortmund score now, these fans will go absolutely wild. What a finish we've got here.
Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Can. On to Zabitzer. Emre Can. Adeyemi. Back to Can. Brandt with it. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. This could be the equaliser. Late drama here. Level once more. Incredible scenes. Tielemans. Torres on the ball. Luca Digne. And now with McGinn. Pau Torres. Tielemans. Trying to get onto the front foot with the minutes ticking away. McGinn. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Well, no let-up, plenty of pressure. Well, the teams are level, and every corner counts at this juncture. And it still could be dangerous. Tielemans. On to Bailey. McGinn. The importance of that tackle cannot be overstated. And there's the whistle, all even. Top players on a fitting stage. That's what we're talking about. A match of colossal importance and one that has captured the imagination. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And we've got so much to look forward to. This is where it all begins in Europe's Premier Club competition, the UEFA Champions League, the group stage, match day 1 action. It is Lille against Borussia Dortmund.
Well, the first game of the group is so vital. You just can't get off to a losing start. This could be a tight battle today, Derek.
And a Dortmund corner here. And nodding it just over.
Well, once he gets his head on it, that's a chance, I think.
Angel Gomez. And this is the lineup for Lille.
Well, although it's down as a 4-5-1, it's more likely to be 3 players in behind the main centre-forward. And those 3 are key to this team's creativity.
Oh, yes, what a pass. Vital intervention. And introducing the Borussia Dortmund side, Emre Can plays alongside Marcel Sabitzer in central midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. An effective challenge. And slipped through beautifully. Well, leaning back a bit, couldn't keep the shot down. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
I would describe him as majestic when he's playing at his best. He glides past defenders. He's got that ability to run with the ball into open space. He can pick out a pass. He can wriggle out of tight situations. He's the most creative player on the field today.
The cross is on. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Advantage, Borussia Dortmund. And he's broken free. Malen. Can he finish? Well, there is the opening goal. The pressure finally telling, and they get their due reward. Żegrova. Emre Can. Malen. The game has been turned on its head. They have never stopped believing, and now they sense victory. Gomez. And Umtiti. Haraldsson. And the defensive intervention there. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Girassi. Well, they need to get tighter here. And just over the bar, albeit narrowly. André. Gomez. Not forcing the issue. Great composure. But then the one that fails to hit its target. Adeyemi.
To the nearest steward. Thank you.
Now with Gomez. Edon Żegrova. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And he's made headway. Really important tackle. Bentaleb. David. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Girassi. Karim Adeyemi. Possession lost by Borussia Dortmund. Can he put it away? Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. Brandt. Daniel Malen. And Lille have it back now. Nice weight on the pass. And he's in. And there it is! Still life left in this game. And they have the momentum now. Adeyemi. Nico Schlotterbeck. Emre Can. It's with Mats Hummels. Emre Can now. Miles from goal. And narrowly off target here.
Well, it's still all to play for, but that was a good effort, wasn't it?
Well, he's allowed it to go over the touchline, so a throw-in. It is going to be a Dortmund free kick. And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Zabitzer. Oh, managing to beat him. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. The referee has decided there will be just... And he's in. Chance still on. Oh, body in the way, crucially. Another corner here, and that might boost their hopes.
Well, just listen to the...
Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. André. Angel Gomez. And in the right position to read it. Edon Žegrova. Good work from Lille to win back possession. This is looking threatening. This could square the game. Oh, it was a crucial challenge. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, what a first half he had. I thought he was outstanding. He caused the defenders all sorts of problems with his movement and pace, and he fully deserved his 2 goals, and I expect more from him in the second half.
And defensive play to be applauded. Might be a chance to break. Can they make it count? And the ball in behind the defenders. But they're not being allowed to continue. It's offside.
Well, he had the vision to pick out the pass, but he couldn't play it quite quickly enough.
Just the challenge that was required. How can he take them on and beat them? And a foul in the opinion of the referee. Now, what can they do from this free kick situation? Just can't get it past the wall. And the deflection behind then for the corner. It's a well-struck pass. Has eyes for goal. Well, the keeper made the save pretty easily in the end. Madsen. Can. Now the conclusion, he's missed the opportunity. David. Can he convert? And couldn't quite square the game. Close.
Well, it's certainly a decent effort, but not quite good enough. They still trail here.
Emre Can. It's a good Dortmund move in the making. And the challenge, crisp and clean. André. And the Schwarz-Gelben have it back now. And he's broken free. Oh, a goal! Level now! The lead has evaporated. Marcel Sabitzer. Brandt with it. Julian Rierson. Emre Can. And the ball is with Girassi. And crossing towards the far post. And the danger is averted. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack.
Well, these fans are pushing their team on here. They sense a winner's coming.
Good use of advantage for Dortmund. And goes for goal! It's still alive. Sabitzer. Determined defending. Hummers. Brandt. And easily intercepted. He fancies it. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save.
Well, they've been frustrated for quite a while now, but these fans have suddenly come to life.
Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, there it is! Incredible! How about this for guts and courage? Can they see this out now? Madsen. It's with Mats Hummels. And danger averted. Well read. Marcel Sabitzer. They have to be bold, Borussia Dortmund, in these circumstances. Able to get a body in the way. This could square the game, but no, thanks to the goalkeeper. Opportunity not taken.
Well, you're absolutely right, Derek. The keeper's done really well there.
Oh, stopped on the line. Effective press. Long way out this. Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. Keeper not concentrating. So, deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Girassi. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Oh my goodness, you've really got to praise the defending. That was top-notch. And that is all. The man of the moment.
Well, the best players are the ones that can play in tight areas, and he can certainly play in tight areas. He wriggles out of situations, he can find that penetrative pass, and he's such a good player when he gets the ball out.
And plenty of excitement around here in the Spanish capital. We're at the Estadio Metropolitano. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And this is where it all starts in the UEFA Champions League, the group stage and match day 1. My goodness, so much to look forward to. It's Atletico Madrid against Borussia Dortmund.
Well, the first game of the group is so vital. You just can't get off to a losing start. This could be a tight battle today, Derek.
He takes aim, and a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Nahuel Molina. Savic. Molina. And a fine tackle. Good weight on that pass. Well, he had to read it and get there, and did. They're asking questions of Stefan Savic. Brandt. Chance to finish. He succeeds in clearing it. Riosson. Oh, super piece of play. And whipped into the box. Well, from that position, he really should be doing more to work the goalkeeper. Savic. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Daniel Malen. Well read to win possession back. Under real pressure here. Griezmann. Oh, great vision. And pulled back. And they've done it. A goal for Atletico, who now are level. Hummels. Emre Can now. Riosson. Brandt. The ball with Sabitzer. Going well. And the referee blows for a foul. Well, not one, Stuart, that's going to live long in the memory.
Well, I think the manager might disagree, Derek. Any way you cut it, it's a wasted opportunity.
Molina. Brandt. Girassi. Return to Brandt. Well, a bit of a disappointing finish. Molina. And Dortmund have the ball again. Alvarez. Dortmund unable to retain possession. And given away by Atletico. Advantage, Borussia Dortmund. Oblak. Savic now. Well, good effective pressure. Savic. Koke. Good tackle. After the foul, a chance to contemplate what is next, and perhaps a goal from this free kick. Closing down well. And players waiting in the centre. Griezmann moving infield. And a little too close to the keeper in the end. Girassi. Adeyemi. Zabitzer. Top-class defending. Oh, he's through here. Takes the shot. A magnificent stop.
Well, it should be a goal, but take nothing away from the keeper. That's a brilliant save.
Well, mopping up defensively. Axel Witsel. Well, far from the ideal pass. Griezmann. And a goal! There he is at the double. They just can't subdue him. Julian Rierson. Good use of advantage for Dortmund. Brandt. Rierson. Girassi. Brandt with it. And it's opening up. Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. Into the advanced position. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. Zabitzer. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Can he do it? The first half story has been told then. Here So into the second half, and as far as Borussia Dortmund are concerned, it's all about bouncing back. A struggle for Atletico to keep the ball. Daniel Malen. Real chance. And you've just witnessed a moment of truly high-class goalkeeping.
You're absolutely right. What a save that is. He's reacted so quickly.
Oh, and heading it just over the top. Lino. Well, Antoine Griezmann, so far, you've got to say, excelling out there, Stuart.
Well, he's been brilliant. He finished his goals really well. He's shown a great awareness of how to find space, and his movement has caused him all sorts of problems. Surely he'll get his hat-trick in the second half.
It's opening up for them. Will he play it in? And just lacking that little bit of guile. Adeyemi. Girassi. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Alvarez. Koke. Koke careless with the pass. Could be a chance to break here. Opportunity to deliver the cross. 30 minutes left for play. Atleti sloppy in possession here. Brandt. And still looking to get the shot away. Advantage, Borussia Dortmund. This could level it. Marvellous anticipation. Wonderful chance. Well, goal kick, just as it was looking promising. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. Savic. Lino. Atletico might be able to cash in here. And a goal it is! Such a big moment for Atletico Madrid, who are well on course for success. Hummels. Julian Riasson. And the ball is with Girassi. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Griezmann. He's going forward well here. Hermoso. Griezmann. Dropping deep to collect the ball. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Koke. Failure to keep the ball by Atletico. The inside route looks promising. What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? Oh, what an opportunity! Goalkeeping of the highest order.
Well, he's got to be pleased with that save. It's absolutely magnificent.
Oh, thwarted there, and what a piece of defending we've just witnessed. Karim Adeyemi. Delivered into the area here. Well, I'm not sure the keeper particularly wanted that, but danger averted for now. And Dortmund doing well to regain possession. Daniel Malen. Brandt. Making sure nothing came of it. And Atletico get the advantage from the referee. Well, in the closing phase of the game, and Atletico have been absolutely terrific, Stuart.
Well, they've controlled most of the game, haven't they? Their 1- and 2-touch passing has been sharp, the movement's been bright, and they've scored some good goals. They just need to keep their concentration through to the final whistle.
Just the challenge that was required. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. So full time it is, and A special atmosphere and a grand occasion. One the players and fans alike have been anticipating in the tension-laden days leading... Hello everyone and welcome. Our footballing travels have taken us to the Midlands. We're at Villa Park. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have for you tonight is live Champions League group stage match day 1 action. It's Aston Villa against Borussia Dortmund.
Well, the first game of the group is so vital. You just can't get off to a losing start. This could be a tight battle today, Derek.
And here's the starting 11 for Aston Villa. Matty Cash plays with Luca Digne in the full-back positions. John McGinn plays with Leon Bailey in the wide areas. And the tactical configuration. Can he take advantage? And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first.
Marcel Sabitzer.
Tielemans. And Bailey. Konsa. Luca Digne. Here's Tielemans. Here is Digne. An alert piece of defending. And a very good challenge. Brandt. Girassi. Tielemans. Winning back possession. Marcel Sabitzer. And whipped into the box. And effectively parried away by the keeper. I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending. Ollie Watkins. Moving it forward. Oh, that's fine defensive play. And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. That's very effective. Good high pressing. Might be able to get in behind the defence. Trailing as they are, they must make good use of this corner. Well, a bit short with the clearance. Bailey. This could square the game. Oh, right in the nick of time. And there it breaks down. Could be! That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Girassi. Oh, they've given him too much space. Can he put it in? Oh, it's in! For Borussia Dortmund, it is going their way. Tielemans. Here is Digne. McGinn. Amadou Onana. And danger averted. Well read. And that'll be a Dortmund ball. Emre Can. Hummels. Malen. Well, he knows what he's doing defensively. Watkins. And Dortmund regaining possession. And pressing from the front. Well read to ease the pressure. Plenty of players. Opportunity. And surely, there it is. And he could scarcely have had an easier finish. Riasson. Well, possession is the watchword inside their own territory. Brandt. Emre Can now. Decent position for Dortmund to be in. But the danger averted for now. Delightful pass. And a decent save. Full credit. Perfect challenge. Space on the flank. Well, out of play it goes, and that was in no small measure due to the effective press. Nico Schlotterbeck. It's with Mats Hummels. Emre Can. And the first half is in the history book. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Opportunity it is. Oh, denied by the post. Well, no danger now.
Well, I have to say, I thought they'd equalise there, but Villa are starting to threaten here.
Madsen. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he's done okay in that first half. He's had a lot of the ball, he's used it well, and he's been energetic. But unfortunately, that can't be said about the rest of the team, who need to improve if they're going to turn this around.
Bailey. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. McGinn. Well, it's open up and playing it back. This could level it. Oh, but the keeper with an important save. How important is that?
Well, he should score from there. That's a wasted opportunity. He should beat the keeper from that sort of distance.
Good work from Villa to win it back. Oh, could be. Oh, good save.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit. Can they find the equaliser here?
It hasn't come to very much. Bailey. Konsa. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. 30 minutes left for play. It's looking promising. Brandt! And a goal here for Borussia Dortmund. Can they be stopped? Konsa. Here is Digne. Tielemans. Onana. And it's a quality pass. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. Have to pay attention defensively. And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. Tielemans. Look at Digne. Here's Tielemans. Here is Digne. Nicely cut out. "20 minutes to go in this one. And played towards the near post. But it wasn't quite as good as it looked when it left the boot. And the ball back with Villa now. Well, finally it goes out of play, and the pressure was there from the start. Really clever pressing. Daniel Malen. Emre Can. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. Oh, he saved it well. Onana. Leon Bailey. Ollie Watkins. And sloppy in possession from Villa. Brandt. Good distribution. Must score! And it's a double for him in this game. No way for the opposition to contain him. And no wonder he's off celebrating. Amadou Onana. Torres on the ball. Tielemans. Digne. Pau Torres. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Splendid defending, and it needed to be. McGinn. Opportunity here. Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. Girassi. So full time it is.